Okay, let me set up real quick. I don't know how well this will go, because I still feel super sick and I haven't really spoken more than like maybe a sentence or two for days now. So we'll see how this goes. Uh... I think I just realized I forgot to unmute him already. Streaming while absent-minded is not the play. Today is going to be a mistake. Today is definitely a mistake. Oh no. Actually, hold on. Hotkeys. Okay, because I kind of want to have a hotkey for muting because I feel like I'm going to cough a lot. I'm going to try not to. Yeah, well, I really just talked for like 3 minutes while being muted. I'm so on top of things today. We're doing great. Yeah, we did this one. Yep. If I did that one, I'm trying to think, what is like an easy to miss? What is an easy to miss Jesus statue in this game? I don't... Oh, you know what? No, I know what it is. No, there's a... Yeah, no, I know. I know which one it is. It's, Yeah, it's by here. Because the area to the left of this route is, a post-game route, like, roughly around here. I feel like this isn't quite the direction. I think it's higher up than this. Wait, it says down. I don't know. I know where it is in my head, but I feel like I'm just crazy now. The map is massive though, so I'm not, like, shocked. Did I talk to Hatate? No, I didn't. I was like... thinking like I haven't. Probably could have done this, like, way back. First time I came through here. forget. I think one of these is Illusion Wind. I think it's a Sis though. I know it's to the left of this route, but it doesn't require surfing. I know it's just like a path. No, because this is Mayohiga. Like, it's literally just a straight path to the left. I'm just struggling so much to find them. Unless it's just further down than I thought. Oh, yeah, wait, yeah. That guy's annoying in a bit of a maze. My Lost Woods energy. Man, I feel like I've just started, I'm already struggling. I like energy level wise, just like talking is just right now. Merchant. I love I love random stat. So this is like every single cherry. Berry, not cherry. Words. That's where we came in from. Means the show doesn't have imposing stance. Just took recoil. was gonna say, I don't remember being that bad. It was actually really easy. I've really not caught a Rainbow though. I guess... No, because Rainbow appears in the Hakurei Shrine, but I don't think I ever went back to catch anything. Yeah, I guess not. Although I do like that this game is more specific about, like, that move is like focus energy, but just tells you that it boosts your crit rate by 2 stage, because it was just... It made no sense to me when I was younger that Pokemon would just say, like, you're getting pumped up. I'm like, what does that mean? Oh, wait, actually, that helps. That's funny. Nothing back there. Just curious. Oh, there's another backdoor here. That's new. Oh. What is this? You have Tranquility. Pure sand. That literally... There's grass here. Can I get there? I can't get there, being trolled. During Genbu, your accuracy is increased by 50%. Sounds very shenanigan-y with Trick Room. Is what that is. I know the mod added some new items like that, where in terrain effects there's items with like more unique effects, I suppose, and stuff like just seeds boosting a stat depending on the kind of terrain. I want to go to the grass. Okay, I think Hassan wants a favor in a minute. Yeah, it's not particularly helpful. I remember where one of these is. Maybe two. I don't remember if I could fly there in the base game. I feel like I couldn't, so that's a good change if so, or unless I'm just crazy and forgot. Yeah, okay, that was the only Jesus statue I have to say. I was gonna say, like, I remember being pretty good about that. Because you had to make an offering to all of them to fight Kamachi. Don't you think this place is kind of bad for sightseeing? This here's Sansi River, not a place for living people to come to. Well, I feel dead. They showed there like one or two in the base. That's cool. Oh, wait. I keep forgetting fighting resists Earth. I keep forgetting. I see you like guts. See. I did nothing. Why did that do so little? Did I really outpace? Just did a negative priority move. Oh, I just really outpaced, huh? Crazy. Hi, Eki. Nice. They're fairly expensive to buy, so it's nice to get that. We're trying to think for costs and stuff. It's like slowly coming back to me. I think it's easier to get the Moonzuka from the Gimbu Ravine side. I don't know if I can actually go from here. By the way, I think there is something I missed here before. I guess I was an enemy here before. It's massive. Yes, I think there was a skill card here. Hope you feel better soon, thank you. I feel like death, but it's either I'd rather do this and struggle than lay in bed and do nothing, because that's all I've done the past few days and it's horrible. I just had the energy to do this today. Yesterday I was like, I would sit at my desk for like 15 minutes and feel the need to lay down. I'm not even doing anything, I just feel dead. Yeah, I missed this earlier. Dev fight. What beta test the mod you're currently playing? The levels will probably be like 30s or 40s. I probably should have done this like way earlier, just missed it completely. Eh. Shame. Yeah, TO6 like in the almost 40 range would have been kind of rough if I found this like... If I found this area as a whole early on. I feel like I should just replace Moonbow with something else. Probably the Dark. Dark is probably better covered because my entire moveset just gets walled by nature right now. But I did take the liberty of off-stream. I got every skill card in the game that I missed by backtracking outside of the Javelins because I lacked the money. I can go back and get those whenever I have more money. Being 6 bad, have some soup. I have it for later, yeah. Like, I had a tweet about it. I've legitimately not gotten sick in over 2 years. It's like, I forgot how awful it is. Because back in high school, I got sick like every other week because my high school was just super cramped and like condensed, and there was always someone sick, and because of the hallways being so tight, people always like managed to pass it from one another, and I was extremely susceptible. I've been good about that lately. The only reason I'm sick is because my parent caught it from someone else. I mean, at least it's just a cold. It could be worse, but it's not exactly pleasant either. I also feel like I sleep in intervals of like a couple of hours constantly. Like I guarantee you, like when I like finish streaming today, I'm gonna lay down, just like pass out for like 3 hours. It's like how it's been. Like I'll do anything and then I'll just pass out. I woke up at like 8 AM today. It's very unusual for me. I just stayed up. But then I went to bed at like 3 AM because I slept like 3 hours yesterday. From like 5 PM to like 8 PM I slept. Like my entire sleep schedule is just like really wonky right now. I know for a fact one of the items I need is like in front of the tree here if I remember correctly. I also think the mod added more to this area, but it might be post-Getsu's. There's like that big rock above the tree that wasn't in the base. Yeah. We'll be back here just fine because I like this area. Where did I get the Marissa? That's funny. Let me... I forgot to take off Moonbow, I keep forgetting. Also, I wish that Power Sukuna was a defense Sukuna, because her sprite is like really tiny, which is funny. I should just eat that. I know it's only like a 13 level difference, but why did you eat that? And also, as far as the base game is concerned, I really don't know how you're supposed to find the items I'm looking for right now without a guide. Because they're such particular places. Can you kill a +2 with the 20 level difference? I kinda doubt it. That's a thunder. Get him out. What is... I don't know if there's a move like that in Pokemon, because like that was like, I got her ability. Like there's a roleplay where you copy the opponent's ability. Like I don't know if there's a move like that. Where like, I get her ability but she doesn't get mine. Like there's skill swap and roleplay, but I don't think there's one that just straight up, like... Not an entrainment, no, the entrainment, that's the move. I was like, it exists. I know it does. I really struggled to remember that move for a second. And then I remember Durant existed. Like, oh, I know. Okay, so we got that. One of them is by Casson's house. I think Route 2 is the other one, so we'll go there. I want to say it's up here. I think it is. Yeah, Con's beside me here. You can only have it if you win, because that's how everything works. I forgot to change my mood again. I just cannot remember for the life of me. My attention span has been so bad the past couple days from being sick. Like, I had a glass of water and I put it down, like, in a really obscure place for, like, a second while I went to go do something else. I totally forgot about it instantly. And I woke up the following morning, I'm like, why is there a glass of water in this spot? Like, oh wait. I don't know what type Power Merlin was. I know there's one that's like Electric Steel, I guess it's a different one, might be extra. Oh no, I click Water Spout, even though... Nah, I don't know, I click Water Spout, I ask questions later. Wait, I'm gonna remember this time. It's like 80 something. Even that. It's yeah, this one. There you go, I remembered. Incredible work. Is it up here? I don't remember. No, that's wrong. I'm not lost, I'm just failing to reach the area I want to go to. That's all it is. I don't get it, I don't need to fight one of the best puppets in the game, I'm good. I'm good. I went up, I was wrong. Left. Down. Let's go down. That was not... No, we've been here. Left Costin's house? Yeah, no, it's not right. How am I finding the air quotations called correct area? Well, I haven't been here, so maybe this is good. There we go. Frogs! We're looking for the fastest frog of all of them. That's pretty fast. It's also fast. No, this one's the fastest. Not you. The other one. Alright, good, we've fired frog. Or item that the frog was holding, rather. Hassan, yes. Rainbow M-Stone. I feel like there's a fight against her, but I have no idea how to proc it. Alright, so let's think what else post-game. We're still missing some of the dev fights. There's Getsu's, there's... You haven't done Heaven or Hakugokuro. Might Spirit Mausoleum have any post-game? I don't remember. Good morning, Watan. Maybe there's something here. Maybe not, I don't really know. I guess not. Let's just do Heaven. Very small area in the base, I don't imagine they added much here. Ew. Why are we clicking aromatherapy turn 1? That's my question. I'm not falling for them, even though one of the Egus is like the Electros equivalent, where it's like mono electric but has a air cushion which is levitate. Ow. Not today being cold in your room, writing down some recipes. I've been like so on and off with like cold, but like that's the nature of having a cold. Like I felt freezing yesterday and then I woke up after sleeping for 3 hours. I'm like, why am I so hot? It sounds nice though. You know, I missed the meme opportunity. We should have had a counter. Why do you have Grace of Water? We should have had a counter saying how many times I've muted today from coughing. It'd probably be like upwards of 30 already, even though it's not even been an hour. Yeah, I'd probably just leave it, people know. Cotton card looking. Deadly Secrets is expert belt, I believe. I already have one. And I don't need 2 expert belts. It's fine, I already have one Postgetsu. The film, the book. Yeah, that's fair. I'm still like the least summer person, but that's one benefit. It sucks because this is like my favorite season. But like, the first time I get sick in ages. I want to go here. We'll go there. Yeah, that's fair. Polar Star actually makes sense, because it's referencing this area. Yeah, dude. Okay, well, never. I was gonna say I'll do that turn 1 because I don't want to die. Yeah, if we're talking like raw season itself, then I like fall the most. I mean, like, I feel like we talked about this at one point on stream, maybe multiple even. I feel like kids associate summer as like a good thing purely, not purely necessarily, but like heavily because they're off from school in the summer. As this is depressing when I protect, and this is this is their slacking clone. This is just sad. That did nothing. Yo, inconvenient ads. Classic Twitch. Yeah, no, I can't take the heat. And I say that with full bias because, I don't think it happens so much anymore, occasionally, but when I was younger, I was really susceptible to getting, like, heat strokes and stuff. Like, heat was so bad for me. My arms would get all, like... My arms would get, like, awful, like, rashes and stuff. It sucked. The whole experience just... bad. Then the whole idea of, like, you have air conditioning or whatever, but, like, ACs are... At least the ACs I have are, like, the ones you stick in the window. They're frickin' loud. I don't know, because it comes down to the thing where it's like, I'd rather be cold and just wear more clothes and have a blanket than be hot, because there's not really a true solution to being hot. In terms of, like, you could have, like, a really thin shirt, but it's still hot, you know? Then, like, heat is, like, heat just makes you feel, like, sticky and gross, so it's just, ugh, I don't like it. Get back to Suika. It feels like I do anything you need to take a shower, it sucks. I didn't know the Lotus Flowers actually had a collision to me, I guess that makes sense. That was a backdoor. Here, though. Episode massive and for what is that? Fine, tomorrow will be better. Thank you for the radiant hairpin. I hope tomorrow's better. I feel sick as hell right now. The holders damage increases based on how high their HP percent is. So it's kind of like, I don't know what the boost would be, but it's kind of like water spout in the form of an item, which is neat. Yeah, AC's like a fickle thing. I know people who have it, people who don't. Some houses that are newer have it like pre-installed kind of thing. I have the one you stick in the window because my house is pretty heckin' old, so. Like, I know one of my relatives has like kind of a newer house where it's just like, there's like a ventilation thing where they just have it like built in. I also associate summers with having to freaking put the AC like in the window and everything. Which doesn't take that long realistically, it's just a pain. Because if you really think about it, ACs are just copium for heat, really. Yeah, that's true, because I'm also thinking about, like, during the winter, my parents, like, asked me to, like, put the heat on in the house, but, like, only for, like, a specific time window each day, so I'd have to, like, run downstairs, set the heat higher for, like, an hour or whatever, and then put it back down. It's just, like... Yeah, actually, I do remember one of the old cars that we had. At one point, I think the heater slash AC in that car broke. And this was like when I was like very, very young. And I remember my sister was at a friend's house or whatever at a party until like midnight. We went out to go get her and it was in like January. I was sitting in the back playing Pokemon Leaf Green. But it was so cold outside, like it was like, I don't even think it was snowing or anything, it was just really cold. Like it was like deep winter kind of cold. The thermostat in the car said the car was like 20 degrees or something. It was absurd. It was freezing. Oh, Straddle's good. That's Life Orb. Actually excellent. Javelin Arts. It's kind of neat. Life Orb's cool. I don't know if any of my puppets really abuse it though. I mean, the continuous damage will be good, but like I kind of like the lefties canceling out the force shield damage. I'd rather have Black Choker and Ellen. Most of my team's kind of bulky. I think that's about it for Heaven. It's a very small area. Yeah, it sounds very whack and uncomfortable. And a lot like how I felt yesterday. Because again, that's just like... It's not even cold, but I feel freezing and I sleep with like a sweater. I wake up and I'm just like, oh my god, this is unbearably hot. Alright. Hakugyokuro. I'll call it wrong with the Deadly card. Call it Hakugyokuro. Yeah, I think this was the first post-game area the first time I played this game. It's kind of funny I delayed it this long. I think I was just interested. Like this area. You want a ball on your head? Would a bowl be a good hat? That's the question. I don't know if it'd be a comfortable hat, but kinda neat. Ow. Okay, I really like Akazuya, but like, being so frail once that kinda sucks when I don't know what exactly is a foe attacker or a spread attacker in this game a lot of the time. It's awkward. How do you curse body me? Curse body's such a troll ability. I think it's hilarious, I like it, but it's really troll. The idea you touch something and this is like a 30% chance of getting disabled. A 30% doesn't sound that high, but then it feels like it applies all the time. Oh, and you took away my Moxie too? No fun allowed. Clench. Oh! Focus Blast sucks. They both Focus Blast accuracy. Like Gigantic is functionally Focus Blast. I think it has 85 AC in this game. It still misses all the time. Really funny. I didn't get a Moxie boost. Heck you. Oh, nice Ash. Dead. Oh, I'm not dead. Crazy. Yeah, I guess the bulb could be like a bubble at. But, yes. Actually, give me 1 second. Okay. My controller's being wonky. Why do you not want to pick up? Work with me. Please? Things so fickle sometimes. I want to reboot the game, that's a pain. Not really. Fine. I'll reboot the game because my controller is being finicky. It being such a pain. Oh, okay, no, I think I get it. Okay. It's like wonky, whenever I have it plugged in like that, it recognizes it every couple of seconds. I think I'm supposed to boot up the game when it recognizes it. Okay. It like cycles on and off by itself, that's weird. Such beautiful cherry blossoms, I can watch them forever. I don't want to die. You're already a ghost, what do you mean? I am. You really do be missing a lot of moves that are supposedly accurate right now. That did a lot. Oh geez, man, that's 99. I got her actually gonna hit level 100 so soon. Can't tell if it's Pokemon music mixed with Touhou music or if you're crazy. The songs themselves are Touhou. The sound font probably reminds you of Pokemon. I think that's a Sega theme from Touhou 13. Akugyoku. A cheerful ghost. I forget if there's even a heal spot here. You're gonna spend 10 minutes trying to think how to combine Touhou and Pokemon. I mean, this game's like a spiritual successor to Pop and Play, but most people in English-speaking community, as far as I know, call that Touhoumon. It's functionally Touhou Pokemon because those are ROM axes built on its own engine. I feel like Touhoumon makes the most sense because Pokemon's like Pocket Monster. Hello, Yuka. $81. I can't take a hit. I'm just gonna accept my death. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no, we're guts. Oh, that's gonna suck to take a hit from. I don't know if I can kill her in one hit though. And also outpace her at the same time. I don't think I can. Ina is gonna eat a very hard hit. This is gonna hurt. Pain. A 17 level difference, by the way. So much damage, I'm not even specs or anything, that just kills. I mean, okay. We have Wish, but then what? I don't think actually Yuka's actually part nature. Wow, the AI is really just missing a ton right now. Like, these moves are not even like that inaccurate. Like, it's like 80 AC, 85 AC, Dark Air, I think it's 90 AC. Well, strong people, they bring color to life. While I still can, I should enjoy these cherry blossoms. Fair, well, I guess because the heal point. Kinda forgot about that. I feel like there has to be a dev fight here. Oh, there's not, alright. I didn't find any in heaven. Also was blind. Look at all the lily whites. Hello? What prompted you to check behind a tree? Expecting a hidden item maybe? Well, too bad, now you're dealing with Wower, one of the 10 question mark boys, and the self-appointed second strongest of them all. Been working on sprites for so long that my arm hurts, so if you win, it's probably because of that and nothing more. Responsible for almost all those new little NPC overworld sprites you've been seeing. Sick. I love the overworld sprites in this game, it's super cute. We have an Earth switch in? That's fire. Do we just completely lack an Earth resist? Because I'm getting that vibe right now. Very neutral. I wonder what exactly the AI is trying to do here. The Gigantic would be super effective in the other type form, so maybe the game is just really trying to use that move. Would be my best guess. No burn. Crazy. I did tons still, jeez. Extra sweet, the spikes. I'm like morbidly curious how much Water Spout does. I really want to know. Definitely won't kill, but still kind of insane. Like Faust specs is a 2-shot. The scariest part about that. We're just gonna casually take a close combat, it's fine. Extra Heat makes me wish it was a defensive fire poison Pokemon. He's the only one with that type of Salazzle, as far as I remember. Like, fire poison defensively just so much. You know, obviously you don't need Air Crush and Lakina necessarily, that's like one of the things that makes her like as obscene as she is, but just, I don't know, it'd be a cool type. How do you like me throwing the battle? I just really felt like giving you this emblem of shapes for no reason at all. No, really, take it. I insist. Just hope you think I mean the next time you check behind a map object. Remember, we like the frog. That's what we've learned. Frog is good. Alright, let's fight the Lily Puppet. It's level 99 for some reason. Kill her. Bang. Okay, so I think that covers the Netherworld. Fairy Blossoms were from the Fairy Herald of Spring Puppet. Too bad, I thought it'd be a good chance to break the seal. Don't do that. What can I? I know there's a dove fight in the human village, but this area is like relatively big. Yeah, Keen, sorry for calling you all of a sudden. Apparently the Puppet Liberation Front is running wild again. Moreover, not only playing pranks, they're actually harming others this time. Damage will be worse if you leave them alone. You've disbanded the front before, or you should be the one to do it again. Please punish them. Kind of forgot about this part, actually. Oh. The Bedman hit 100. Damn. That's so weird. I wonder if everyone will hit 100 by the time I enter though. I could see it. Katia kind of levels a bit slowly, but... I'm trying to think, we have to do this. You have Shiny Needle Castle, you have the Getsus, you have everything post-Getsu's Lake. We're definitely hitting 100 across the board before we're done, that's crazy. Yes, the accursed extra tuner that refuses to die. She has a very, very good defensive typing, but she has an interesting ability that makes it so she takes but also gives less damage from types that don't match her own, so she, like, basically resists more than you would expect her to. Will Hecate ever not die? Question. Answer, she wouldn't if I would use Force Shield when I'm impatient. That's my turn, starting to feel worn out. I'm extremely... not even like worn out, just tired. That did nothing. That also did nothing. Try to sucker punch me? Kinda rude. I can't resist my dual stab. How close is Hina? Extremely. I'm really wondering where the death fight in the human village could be. But where? What's happening in the back, though? Okay, I didn't know you could interact with that to get a Kisame, but that totally makes sense. Today I learned. Where the heck would you put a fight? I mean, it's Misty, yeah. Wriggle. Hina had 100. Final test. Get that up, that's not something. Oh, heck, I just dropped something. Ow. May or may not have just banged my arm on the radiator, that kinda hurt. Ow. Rumia. The main thing to do is I have to give you a pass. Rejoice! You've been selected to be a member of the Popular Liberation Front. Aren't you so happy? Since you're a comrade now, you should come assist us at once. Come on, you can get the full story at the hideout. Since you're willing to come along, you get an explanation when you get there. Maybe it's forcing us to do something troublesome. But they really did become our comrade, huh? Feels weird having the person that destroyed the Liberation Front join us. If they're willing to help, that's fine. Since they're a comrade now, it's time to help us, right? You know what the new Liberation Front spawned after the old one disbanded? Keynote sounds like frickin'. I'd like Neo Team Plasma, I guess, or M2 Team Rocket. They do know about it. The revived Liberation Front has been running wild in many places. That's really bad. There's nothing to do with us, you know? That person's just using our name to do whatever they want. Most of all, they're doing really bad things too. I thought to punish that bad person. They're doing the same thing we did. That's fair, we weren't stealing those other people's puppets. But our important leader, Medicine, is nowhere to be found. We can't restart our activities without her. Medicine's our leader, after all. Without her, we can't do anything. So we want you to look for her. Yeah. Ah yes, I love RPS to decide important decisions. Yeah, not far to go. I'm pretty sure Medicine's in literally the same exact spot she was in the main game. So, it just so happens to be a human like you that's wandering astray here. What's up, here to kill some time by bullying me? What, you got into the Liberation Front and you're looking for me? Stop lying, why don't you? There's no way something so stupid would happen. I'm the one who disbanded the Liberation Front, you know. You were a foe and now you're an ally? I told you to leave me alone. I have a great idea for promise breakers like you. I'm gonna kindly return the favor. I imagine your levels are only in the 80s. Yeah, okay. Wow, I can't touch this. Without letting myself get one shot, basically. Hey, we're gonna play the Ditto, that's what we're doing. Not a good idea. Ugh. I don't wanna like raw switch in the... Kinda happy though. I mean... I don't really have a single move to like kill her, the thing. Probably gonna get burned. No? Okay. I think that might take her out of range on the next one. Actually, no, because... No, it's the same thing. The first time using a level 100 in a game, it's like weird seeing the... like, fills out the right side of the box. Armamio. I mean, she'll significantly dent me with Flying Frenzy, but I don't die. It has to be like Bandit or something, there's no way. No, I'm pretty sure that has to be Bandit. That's that's just cleanly killed me. Oh my god. Okay. Huh. Understandable. 17 level difference there, you're definitely Bandit, there's no way. Oh. Okay, wait, no, why did I go for that? Or type quad resist it? Still resist with the perch. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Does she outpace me? And if she does, will she perch? Okay. Yeah, pace. I'm getting baited. Yeah, I'm getting baited. Bad. I'm like -1/-1. This is miserable. You know, I'm just gonna click it again in case she perches. Unless I'm faster. Ah, yes, the overkill crit. Lovely. You know, if I was an actual Bisharp, forget about it. Trying to intimidate, buff your way around a Bisharp is how you die. That was Parayama, oh. No, because Parayama has, like, Unburden clones, so she's gonna outpace me. I don't know if she kills me with a shooting crossbow. Do you not have Unburden, or are you that slow? I feel like you just don't have Unburden. I'm sorry you're that slow with a 14 level difference, like your base speed's like 75 or something. You disgust me, I'll never recognize you as a comrade, never. Huh? Liberation Front has been taken over, what does that mean? Found your leader. We found you, Medicine. We've been searching for you everywhere. Please listen, someone has taken over the Liberation Front. Didn't you hear me say that I don't know what you mean by that? Who did this? We don't know. We heard this, the taken over Liberation Front is running wild at this gigantic inverted castle. Just so you know, we didn't do anything at all. The person just decided to do whatever they wanted, huh? Fine then, I'll take on that challenge. The Puppet Liberation Front shall resume operation. I don't think it's gonna get what they deserve when I'm through beating the crap out of them. Ooh, that's our leader. Where is that inverted castle anyway? Uh-huh. Wasn't sure who it was, but it was Yuki. Sightseeing at Yokai Mountain again. Looks like you're not doing that. Guess you're interested in that floating, shining needle castle. I was right then. Rumor has it that the Neo Puppet Liberation Front has their stronghold at the Shiny Needle Castle. Of course, you can't ignore that. In that case, let me take you back. There's a special service for you since you can't fly. Find a way back home on your own. Yeah, you know, just jump down, dude. Was this a fly point as well? I feel like these fly points are new. Because I think in the vanilla SOD you had to talk to a Tengu in this building, like this guy. As far as this NPC is the one that took you there, I don't think it was a fly point unless I'm just crazy. I like it being a fly point much more though. Pretty neat. Stage 5 theme of double dealing character. Medicine. You're finally here, you're late. Jeez, what's up with this place? This place isn't backwards, trying to turn back only leads us straight ahead. Thanks to that, everyone got lost. I'm not lost at all, everyone just decided to go wherever they pleased. It couldn't be helped, we've got to progress on our own. You better persevere through this as well. And if I hit the switch yet? No, it's on the other side while I'm done. Well, I touched this thing and everything went round and around. Flip. Can't hear because of the music, but I'm not having fun. I'll add some music of my own. Now it's battles to the beat. I always thought that this area reminds me of I guess like a Pokemon equivalent of Stone Tower Temple, where the map layout just like flips. I can't really touch this. Stone Tower Temple is one of the coolest dungeon designs in like any game. Not even just exclusively Zelda, just the fact you made a dungeon that functions upside down. is so sick to me. Like, that blew my mind. Is that in range? I don't know if that's in range. Oh, okay, well the crit would make it so. Well. Bird. What a lovely rhythm, so it's so nice, I'll keep going. We're very close. That is certainly a name. Oh, you're the contrary one, okay. That's tragic. I like to imagine the fairies just standing on the ceiling, like camping it out, waiting for it to flip. I can't hit this if this is the dark point, but why are my time matchups so bad? Really a dead end? I don't know. Also, minor detail that I really like about this area, the battle background flips upside down as well. Like, this is the ceiling, and this is the floor, it's upside down. I like that a lot. As you can see, the trees on the top and the background are clearly upside down. I feel like I just went in the circle. Yeah, I did. If one's gone, I guess I'll flip this area around. Seriously, if I couldn't fly, this would be a disaster. Cat lair? Cat lair? Rich lair? I've never heard this name in my life. Morning, how goes PvP? There's a lot of post-game. Not even like I just like forgot how much post-game there was to like the base. Like I was thinking in my head, like I'm gonna do a lot of mod content, and like I've yet to do most of it's just been vanilla. The under levels are like very rapidly approaching 100. We already hit 100 with some. I'm riding it out, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, like you made me hit 100. That one's pretty close. Hey, that internet just gets up at 6 PM. I remember I had that issue for a while where my internet would reset once a day. So what I would do is I would force it to reset before I do anything, because it would annoy me so much if it reset when I'm doing something. Thankfully I don't have to do it anymore, but when maybe like a year and a half ago, when I was streaming, before I would start streaming, I would always have to restart my net, because I don't want my net to just reset itself during stream. It's very annoying. That did nothing. I'm going to die. I click the button and I'm like, no, sound is good against illusion, what am I doing? Like, I think what my plan is after Shiny Needle Castle will probably be... Also, she lived. After I do Shiny Needle Castle, I want to try and find the missing dev fights I haven't done yet. I want to do the Getsus as well. Because once I beat Getsus, that unlocks even more stuff. Do I hit that? No, I'm not gonna hit it yet. I think this is the end of it, I'm pretty sure. I remember I actually lost this fight the first time I played this game. Like, my levels were way lower, but I just got, like, melted. What are you doing in your hideout? You're stealing puppets is the first step of the plan to overthrow or overturn everything against Tokyo. They're gonna stop us, nice try, accept your challenge. Beat you and rise up again. Like, I don't know if they changed her fight in this, but in the base game... No, they did change her fight in this, because in the base game she has a Tay that sets a bunch of hazards. And I got freaking melted by a Wakasaka Hime after that. That's what happened to me. Extra run is... What is your type? I want to say it's Earth. Yes. Because of Sun Shower, that's like really uncommon. You don't really see that. I can kind of stall that with the Force Shield though, which is cool. Her team is, I think her team is totally different in this version of the game. In the base, she has like all the characters from like 14. Don't burn me! No! Bad. That's like that's literally getting burned by Flare Blitz. That's a 10% chance, by the way. And okay. 10% burn into immediate crit. Love it. Excellent. I honestly forget Flare Blitz can even burn, but then that happens. Oh, but then you missed the HJK, yeah. Yep, yep. This is the game we play. Most definitely the game we play. Sound steel? Question mark, sound something. They're all sound. Mikasa's weird. Her stats are like on paper. Her stats don't look impressive, but apparently she has enough tools in her arsenal to make it work. That might hurt a lot. Never mind. Her attack is low. Plus a 15 level difference. I expected that to do way more. Like for +2, I really thought that'd be worse. Extra Shimmy is water, ground, and really weird and not that good. That was Life Orb? That's pain. You're gonna give all that back, because that's how this works. Almost. Extra Sagame. Poison something, they're all poison something. What's like warped? Maybe she's not poison. No, the other two forms of poison. What's this? Warp something, I'm pretty sure. I don't get the obsession with Sunchara in this fight. That was not a thing in the original. I'm just confused as to what like the purpose is. Might have been weird. Alright, here comes the potential nonsense that I'm not. This is the superior in the late game. That's what this is. Wait, hold on. Oh, I hope we're fine. That's... This is literally late game SERP. I'm like afraid of the random coverage because I don't know her move pool too well. Her move pool is definitely better than Superior. If I die, I die. It's resisted, by the way, but this is +2. Oh my god. Please. Oh wait, no. That's neutral. No, my bad. I really almost died from full with like an 18 level difference or whatever. Good god. I'm not sure what the practicality of that team is. All I know is late game Serp is dumb. That's all I know. Like how they made that art of Medicine holding a book like under her arm. Specifically for that. Oh, magic crystal. Wow. I mean, it's actually kind of nice because I have like no money right now. Floating snow just like air balloon, I think. Try to have one. Maybe I'm blind. Am I blind? I feel like I'm blind. I'm pretty sure it's just a balloon, but I don't see it for some reason. The burning stone. Yeah, I don't know. Let's just assume we're blind. I don't know. Can I get map out of here? Okay, who needs escape rope? I refuse I refuse to rematch with someone who brought King's Rock Cloister. I think I have to bring all the books to yeah, to bring all the books. Or incident cases, rather. Found a book. Can't you just proc all the books at once? Please. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. forget if I'm supposed to read through all of them or what exactly. Hey, I think there's 10 books, so I'm missing something. What's the 10th book then? I'm trying to think, what is the 10th book? I'm pretty sure there's a 10th. What is it? Maybe I have to. Okay, no, maybe I have to. I think I have to read through all of them. I think we're given the 10th for reading through all of them. I'm trying to. I think I remember this vaguely now. I think that's why the exclamation points are there. It means you haven't read through it yet. Yeah, there we go. What was that, puppet? I was waiting for you. Looks like you read all the diary. How was it? You notice some differences with your own story. Looks like you couldn't get it. Would you believe me if I say there's another version of you in a different timeline? There's another you living in a timeline separate from this one. Yeah. Seems like I was in a long, long dream. In the land of fantasies, I had a journey with the puppet of fantasies, met the resident of fantasies, and then left the fantasy. At first I was insecure and scared, but it was a fun journey to recall. I feel lonely without them, but I will never forget them either. I wish I could meet them again, though. The fantasies that will never end. Bell hairpin. I don't think there's like an item equivalent of that. I know there's abilities like that in Pokemon that have a passive effect where it makes it more likely to illuminate? Yeah, like illuminate an item. I still want to do the death fights, but I feel like just getting the Getsus out of the way will open up a lot more. I feel like I'm ready since we're like basically level 100 anyway. I don't imagine it's that bad. There's no longer an invisible wall. Yeah, having that as an item as opposed to an ability is definitely an improvement. I mean, I don't think, like, I feel like all the mons that get eliminated have good alternatives, like, you know, like Lantern and Starmie, but... I feel like it should do more. Like, I feel like if you want to go to an in-battle effect, make it so, like, it's like a -1 evasion for the opponent upon switching, so you can use inaccurate moves more willingly or something, I don't know. I hear that means, so that means you're done thinking about the possibility. Here's another question for you. What ending do you desire for this world? You want to go home, you want to live with puppets, or you haven't decided? I see, that's your desire. Go ahead, you'll see the answer. I hope your desire is fulfilled. Ominous much. Behind Takare Mountain. Huh. How many times have I met you like this? Seeing you everywhere I go. The incident isn't over yet, you know? Must cut it down at the source. You noticed from traveling about, haven't you? Each kind of puppet tends to stay in one area. They're supposed to have small habitats. If Warren and Makai came here, they shouldn't spread so much, but they all appeared everywhere at the same time. Not only in Tokyo, but in the Netherworld and in Heaven. Did the puppets really start moving on their own? I can only think that someone started this for their own amusement. I was about to cover up for your consequences, but to no surprise I met you. I won't give up on this. Solving incidents is my job. '87, okay. I want to say I outpaced you, but maybe I'm horribly mistaken. Nope. Level difference. I feel like our speed tier is pretty close, but I'm not invested at all. Although seeing that Reimu has high 80s does make me think that the next major fight is buffed up a bit. Because the levels Reimu has were basically the equivalent of that fight, and I think she was way lower in the original. I see we're very indecisive with AI today. The AI really just does not like extra Hakatia at all. But you know, I suppose having a fluctuating stat spread as well as 3 different dual typings, depending on what move you click, is kind of confusing for the game to understand what to do about. Okay, the discard about how many people were affected by the level bug in Lost Word. 667 people. See, I woke up at like 8 AM. If I woke up any earlier, it would have affected me too. So that's a lot of people. Kinda crazy. That did nothing. I'm pretty sure she just dies in the burn. Oh. I see. Yeah, I kind of disrespected the fact she's a +1 because of the guts, huh? Kinda just totally disrespected that. I was like, that was fine. She could take a hit. Nope. Not at all. Didn't they say they're gonna fix the glitch in like the next update though, on like the 15th or whatever it was? Yeah, it's good that you don't lose anything. I know they had one thing in the post where they said they're going to keep track of your experience progress on the server itself and just apply it when they fix it later, but that's just so weird. Because is playing the game just like invisible EXP for you right now? Is that what it is? Like, are you just hard capped at 120? Probably should have changed line. Oh well. Sue me. It's during the glitch, I fixed it now so we can earn it at least. Okay. Still strange. Very strange. That did nothing. That did nothing! That's like 40 damage. Yeah, there's that catastrophe can't be stabbed. There's no universe. It's not an illusion type thing. Take all responsibility once you get there. Yes, if you choke, it's your own fault. Just win. I think it's funny because probably I wonder like what fraction of the 667 people. I wonder what the percentage of that was people pulling on the banner because they were waiting for it. Because I feel like if your time zone isn't like, if you're not already awake by then, like I feel like if you're up you want to pull on the banner. Because I saw some people like posting like they pulled Chion or like June or whatever. And they were like, oh, I hope like this doesn't mess with my pull. Hello, Kurumi. Nice to meet you. I'm Kurumi, the gatekeeper. I'm sorry I can't let you through here. You do try to get through anyway, no mercy for you. Honestly forgot Kurumi is a fighter. I feel like she was here in the base, I just totally forget about it. Ah, yes. Good old Parish song. For Calamity. Ape Laundry. Yeah, I think the people who pulled are fine, it's just a weird thought. It's like a weird scenario in general. Ah, frustrating. You can pass now, but not next time. Let's go Fantasy World. I think there are encounters here. I don't remember if they're in. I think they're in the grass or flowers, I guess. Oh no, it's actual grass. Okay, I'm stupid. Very pretty. Look, it's Ellie from the Lotus Land story. What did you bring here? Me, I'm the guardian here, Ellie, and you are an intruder, right? It's been a long time since the last time we've had a visitor. Let's try our best in this fight. Five. That's okay, I didn't want to hit shooting press anyway. Fire Wind. Maybe. I guess in a sense Sonya's also a gatekeeper, huh? She's a stage 3 boss that's preventing you from going somewhere. I really thought of it that way. I was just like, how does Sonya fit with her? Pain. Press Sake for melee. Yeah. I think she had Sake in the base game. Sonya's obviously new. I mean, I guess you can consider Sake a kind of a gatekeeper playing USD on easy, huh? I love how this is the only like Touhou game to like do that, where it's just like, you're playing on easy, go home. So like, you can't fight the final boss, that's not allowed. Damn. All the player asks, why don't you? Couldn't help it, I'm not used to puppet battles, I might lose next time. Forget if there's a heal spot here. I didn't mean to use that one, but that's okay. I doubt I'm not going to need the Flourishers that much, given the point of the game we're at. And it was a waste anyway! Great work. Excellent work. Like how Heck is the only one not level 100, we're slacking here. Yeah, I think MS is weird like that. I like that glitch in Touhou 11 where you can accidentally lock the extra stage if you beat the game on easy or whatever. I forget the specifics of it, but you can have the extra stage unlocked and it relocks, which is really funny. Nice place you got here. Door's locked though. Yuka, finally, you made it here. I got tired of waiting for you. Where are we? Your sisters gave me the mansion, Mugen-kan. Mugen. I like never pronounce that word out loud. Now I've made up mine. Since you came all the way here, I should treat you. You shall drown in this flowering dream. I mean, well, you know, there's the orange, I guess. What's extra orange do? I don't remember. I know defense orange is literally Blessy, one of them's like Spinda. I don't think that's extra. I don't remember what this one does at all. Worst comes to worst, you just go Hina. You can sponge anything. Okay, nope, okay, just... Let's just pretend turn 1 didn't happen, this is turn 1. How this works. Is this like that Human Village tournament Reimu set? with Harvest, Life Charm, Toxic, and Protect. I get the vibe that it is. Yeah, because that's foul play. Which is gonna hurt a lot, by the way. That is painful. I'm a physical attacker with, like, very low def. I don't want to eat one of those. Okay. I don't want to get poisoned. Pain. I'll just deal with it. Sorry, just protect, which gives me recovery. That's the point that turn, but okay. Unless they're trying to PP stall me. If you could burn her, that'd be excellent. Thank you. It is that set. Of course. Of course. I see, Yuka's taking notes from Mima. EC98 final bosses stick together. You have to run the same sets. I don't even have sub on my set anymore. I don't have a void type to eat the foul play either. Eh. Where are we going? I don't think you really take this that well. I think you do. No. Oh. Base burn. Base burn. Why is extra Kurumi being spammed in the late game? Why is she everywhere? Who this? Why is she everywhere? It's like the third one today. Oh, the AI just straight up like... that's the AI being the AI, I feel. Not enough. Bad. Ooh. Outplayed. That's what you get for running Fire Blast. That was a bit sharp. Telling you. Did I just let her die? I kinda like having the priority, I don't wanna let her die. Yeah. Ow. Okay, we're just stalling the toxic. It's fine. Okay, no, the AI is just straight up. This is the AI reads what you're doing. Simulator right now. Also, we really have Fire Blast on everything. It's pretty valid, but like, pretty annoying as well. Ultra High Tone has a 10% chance to buff one stat, I believe. High Tone Crush has a 10% chance to drop a stat on the target. You can't kill me with Fire Blast, I'm just gonna keep clicking this, like the worst you can do is burn me. Getting time scammed. Like Trevenant if Trevenant wasn't bad. Oh, you missed the fire blows too, no! No. Oh no, and oh. Oh, that's tragic. No. I can't touch this. Nope. No, okay, no. No, that is shift gear. We do not click that. You do not click that move. Bad. Don't do that. I didn't buy the focus ash, oops. Can you take a hit? I doubt it. You're really frickin' fail physically. Jeez, okay. Yeah, we can probably take one. You don't want Trev to be this good. But Harvest is funny! Well, 90. Kind of funny how many, like, Harvest mods are just, like, incredibly mediocre. I don't know if the Suika can kill Ina from here. I swear Marissa and Kurumi have been on like every team today. Alright, heck, you're gonna die. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay, Marissa's gonna die from recoil, though, I'm pretty sure. That's like a solid like 40. Recoil. Yeah, Power Marissa can't do a Chokan, no imposing stance, no magic bird. It's the mage. I'll stop you because she scares you. Oh, she's just friendly, she's fine. That was overkill. Kinda rude. 98. Lost again, by the way, I have some important info for you. I'm sure you've heard it enough times by now, but I don't have anything to do with the incident. Like the 30th character to say that. I'm just enjoying the show, but since you came this far, I will tell you what I know. The puppets are also being powered by magic that does not belong to the god of Makai, so not Shinki. There are two more culprits. Interested, then I'll open the door to the backyard and find out for yourself. I don't know if that's so much of a hint as just straight up telling you who did it. Can't believe Heck is slacking this badly. Supposed to be one of the strongest characters in canon, what are you doing? No, I think her cost is 120. I wonder how she ended up having less EXP than Yumeko, because is Yumeko 110 or 120? Yeah, how the heck did Yumeko get 100? I guess I just use Yumeko more, she was kind of the carry. I love this background, by the way. Can't run on these tiles, you can only walk. You finally found us. You thought you solved the incident so easily. To be honest, I thought you'd never make it here. Seems that in the end you still caught us, but Gengetsu looks so happy. Of course, the incident never would have happened if we didn't start it. Got it, the god of Makai created the puppets, but we made more of them and let them loose. Letting Gensoku with puppets sounds fun, doesn't it? Isn't that enough of a reason? Let's battle, that's what you came for, right? Case his power as much as you want, have fun. You say have fun, but you have the cheater item on 2 of your puppets. 92, okay. That's a bad start already. I wonder how drastically different this fight is. They have an extra aim in... As in the base game, it's a Koishu with prankster screens, but this frame has screens too, but I wouldn't expect this to be a screens. Kind of puppet. Black. I'm assuming you're light clay, yeah, probably. I didn't give any of my puppets the Brick Break clone because I thought they would change the fight, but no, it's like functionally still screens abuse. Which is worrying, but... yeah. I don't know. You can stall it a bit with Force Shield, I guess. Overdrive. I can see -2 though. That's such a weird set. You have a dual screen and like... it's so weird. Oh, the crit! No, wait, I don't think I wanted that. I wanted to stall. I wanted to stall the screens, don't crit there. No, I didn't want that turn. No. Oh, what is this mod? What is this mod nonsense? Why are... what is this? I genuinely don't know what this is. What typing are you? You have two puppets together. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm concerned. Alright, so I know Sayers that the types don't interact in this terrain. I'm gonna try and stall the screen. If you have a setup move, I probably just lose. Concern. Okay, U-turn. Okay. Yeah, no, that's actually okay. I don't know what they do and I'm scared of that. That's fine. Probably could have taken this as the opportunity to try and set up a T-Spike, but oh well. That did so much. Okay. Please get a 3-turn so I can just T-Spike. Please. Please get a 3-turn. That did nothing. Why did that do nothing? Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. The terrain makes it so types don't interact. That's why it took so much. Oh, okay. I was like, that's not this frail. Because Changeling's supposed to be super effective on extra Yuka, but it's not. Not right now. Oh, wait, no, that means I don't quad resist this. This is gonna do so much. Okay, no, that's fine. It's fine. We're Spadef, it's fine. So weird, I've never seen this terrain used in like an actual fight. Terrain's over. Doesn't need, I guess, since they're an auto set. I still have no idea what type they are. That sucks. I still don't know what I'm looking at. I don't freaking know. I have no clue. Getsu has like illusion typings. Mugetsu is more like... I think Mugetsu also has illusion typings. I'm just gonna assume it's illusion something. Also, you have some like crazy DLC like quad typing or something. I don't know. I don't know. Your both game. Isn't that... Isn't that move literally Boom Burst? I'm pretty sure that move is literally Boom Burst. Okay. I too like Boom Burst U-turn. That's awesome. Extra Doremi. I know this one's Dream. I feel like the lore about the Sisters of Despair, I think about them. They're extra stage bosses. But yeah, in canon, there's not a whole lot about them because they're PC98 characters. I know Extradermy can put stuff to sleep, and the AI has no concept of sleep clause, and that's what worries me here. God, that could be so annoying if the AI wants to be like that. Okay, now we're just doubling. Okay, sure. We're going back to Boom Burst spam. Nothing resists. Have fun. I think immunity still works in Seiyu or Seiyu, but maybe I'm misremembering that. Ina, don't die. You were like so specially bulky. That did so much. Why did that do so much? Oh my god. That did so much damage. That is absurd. I'm telling you, one of the later puppets is gonna have like the healing wish equivalent. I'm gonna be so sad. I don't think you understand that Hina's full Spadef invested, by the way. Oh, it has healing. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. No. Oh, this is gonna be so annoying. Oh, I hate it here. I feel like I just let Hina die. Can't believe I watch a Boom Burst do that much to Spadef Hina. Level 100 max invested max IV Hina. Oh, so you still have a normal Mugetsu and Kagetsu then, okay. Like, let's just frame this for a second. This is like the equivalent of like, I don't know, like, that's like being like a Spadef Pex and like taking like 50% from like a neutral hit, or like 60%. Like that's how? That's unboosted. How? Why did it do that much? I think I got Yumeko here. I think this one's dark. Do I get greedy and try and Dragon Dance? Do I do that? I feel like that's a bad idea, but I kind of want to do it. I feel like it's a very bad idea. Their Getsu Sisters are supposed to be like a legendary. I don't know, because it wasn't in the base game. I'm assuming it's like a boss form exclusive fight. I have no idea what their stats are like or anything like that. It is very strange. Why are you faster? Jesus, okay. I keep forgetting types don't interact right now. Okay, well now they do. Do I outpace this? Types are interacting, so I can bullet punch it if I want the chip. I don't think I outpace this. I'm going for the chip. This is +1. Oh, okay, no, it's not chip, it's murder. My bad. Alright, Yumeko. You've been like broken like this whole playthrough. This is a neutral +2 bullet punch. How much do you do? That was nothing. That was +2. That was nothing. That's a freaking tickle. Oh my god. That actually did nothing. I'm assuming the way it worked in the original fight is I think the item's called the Dream Shard, which is like a starter exclusive item that gives you like, I think plus 10% to all stats or 20% to all stats, something like that. So I'm assuming both Gengetsu, Mugetsu, and Getsu sisters all have that item, so their stats are super inflated. And then a +1. Oh, it might have been. Still, that did nothing though. Like, look at her attack base. At +1? Frickin' baby damage. You know, this sucks though, right? Because she has first aid, so I can't just toxic stall. Because then it'll just be a combination of first aid plus changeling will still be enough. I wish I had a black choker really badly. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh no. They're a void type, and that's stab, boom, burst. That would explain why that did so much to Hina, huh? Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I kind of water spout. I don't know their speed tier. Okay, that's fine, they die. I probably die too, but it's a trait. It's okay. I lives! Why do you have stab boom burst? This isn't okay. What do we have left? We're really weak. Okay, that's not good. Exodermy's fast as heck. Yeah, this isn't great. Yeah, it's not looking very good. It's not looking good unless Ben gets a heal off. Speed Gengetsu. 93. I don't... I don't know. This one's like a glass cannon, right? But that's like the problem, because that Ben's bulky, but I don't know if she's like that bulky. As a Sarah, you're still up. I'm taking a neutral hit, so that like the terrain might actually just kill me here. That's the problem. Why are we switching out? You're crazy. Why are you giving me the heal? Both your puppets are on a timer. This is not the play. If I could time scam you, I will. Okay, now the terrain's normal. I don't get it. I think Exodermy's also kind of frail. I'm afraid of like the random coverage blowing me up. You're fine. That one's good. He's bulky. And we got the life charm. I feel like the AI had to go for the kill on me on the last turn. I don't know why it swapped. It might be a thing where the AI is thinking it's not like I think this is a. I think this one specifically is part of electric, but the AI might have been thinking like I should switch because I can't hit nature while the like the Saryu would negate that. I feel like I very well could have died. I don't know if she gets a boosting move. I hope not. That's a hurricane! Okay. I think if I get crit, I lose. Don't crit me. Please don't. Okay. We're fine. We're good. Everything's fine. Yeah, I think I actually could have won that. Depending on if the Gengetsu could kill me in the terrain. But I think I could have. It's pretty strong. If it has the item, like the Dream Shard thing, then it's like even stronger. I think it definitely could have. We lost. It was pretty close. That just shows how devoted you are to these puppet plays. Solving the puppet incident while playing puppeteer in a grand puppet dance performance. Get it? That's strange. But unfortunately, the incident cannot be solved. Or is it fortunate for you? Puppets will never disappear. We can't get rid of them and we don't want to. That's fine. You like the puppet plays, right? That's perfect for you. You must enjoy everything, even if it's only a dream. Say goodbye to the boring reality and remain eternally in a never-ending dream. Good night. Have a nice dream. It's a really eloquent way of saying you can play the game as long as you want, really. Wow, look, it's the Shinky we never used! Look at all the PC98 too. Never mind. That's not even the true ending, because the mod added a lot of stuff post-Getsus, to my knowledge, which is crazy. But there's still more to do. Yo Kogasa, even though you can only see her bra. I wonder if it's a mod limitation if you can I wonder if it's a mod limitation if they can't put the new overworld sprites in the credits, or like maybe there's another set of credits after like post-game stuff. I don't know. Because now I'm thinking about those overworld sprites because of that one dev fight. Taco. I got the Kage and Moku Puppet are still fighting. Oh yeah, I never did the hell stuff yet either. Oh, it's Franco and Maribel. Pug. Oh no, here's some mod puppets. Or that's no Saron's not a mod puppet. I'm dumb. That's Touhou 15. That was a base shard of dreams. I guess it would be cool to see the new puppets they added in this kind of credit sequence. Like the cooker spinning. Look at her go. Is this where we rematch me for content? There's so much more to do still. Like, I'm not even sure what I want to do first. Like, today, you could consider the part before this to be, like, post-game... I guess, like, post-game 1. Or, like, 1.5, because we did some post-game in the last stream, I think. But, like, this is unironically post-game, like, 2. Like, a post-game to the post-game. I'm still wondering what the Getsu Sisters stat spread is, because Stat Boom Burst is kinda a little bit dummy, I don't know. Kinda nuts. Hello. Oh, you're back. Did you escape from your labyrinth of confusion, or have you still lost your way? In any case, since you're here, I will return what I kept for you. You should have no problem with it as you are now. Well then, I'll see you again next stream. So basically what that means is all our puppets from the previous playthrough are available now. Yes, an art book is like sufficiently more filled. Still missing a couple things here and there, and I do wanna complete the book. So we're missing. I somehow haven't caught a Moku. I'm a fake fan, I guess. I haven't caught a Sakia. That's surprising. Didn't catch a Koakuma. Who is this? This is, Kongara. Kongara. We didn't catch a Miko, who is a rare encounter. I'll forgive myself for that one. No, we're not doing a Flaunter fight. Not now, at least. God, there's so much to do. I wanna go to Muanzuka, though. I'm like really curious about what's there. There's also a thing in the ice world that we can do. Morning, Kiki. You're here for some sick plays. Yeah, I guess in a literal and a figurative sense, sure. I want to say I feel slightly less dead than the start of stream, but maybe just like, I feel like doing something is distracting me at the least. Because I already spent like the last 2 days just like laying in bed, passing out every 15 minutes. I'm over it. I want to do something. Word of reconsideration. Also, you have a good point. I have like a massive water bottle, but I kind of went through it, so I should probably get another. Realistically, I may actually do that before I start those, because this could be its whole thing. 1 sec. Okay, I was worried, because last time I AFK'd, my controller didn't want to pick up. That's good. Your channel here, his music's calming compared to your chaotic work mailbox. Well, I'm glad you can also listen to me be like half dead. But, you know, it's good. That's okay, I'm only half dead today. I was like fully dead yesterday. And the day before. It's like weird, I'm going through like the stages of having a cold, because like day 1 I was just like tired, and then day 2 I felt like fully sick, and like swallowing anything was like painful. I can now swallow, but I feel really like congested and like it's gross, I guess. But yeah, I'll take that over everything at once and passing out really, really quickly. Farewell. Oh, I didn't heal? Really? They didn't give me a heal after the literal endgame boss. Okay. Okay. Well then. Also wait, Marissa's outside the house now. This is new. Hey. Hey, I wasn't keen, I was just waiting here and polishing up. Ain't gonna lose so easily this time, can only shot my firepower. You still only have 5 puppets you're throwing. It's the same fight from the Netherworld! I guess you could just refight a Great infinitely if you so desire. Just need, I guess. Yeah, no yes or no, she just... You know, Rima has the courtesy to say, do you want to fight or not, and then she calls you a coward if you say no, but Marissa's just like, we're doing it. I mean, I think that's in character, so that's fine. Also, I feel like I should just get rid of Paralyzing Wave right now, because Bind Trap is my speed control, and I think having more coverage would benefit me more. Like, don't get me wrong, Illusion Electric is already insane in itself, but why not slap Grass onto it, because I know she gets Grass. Man, it feels so weird that no one's getting EXP anywhere outside of Katsuya. That might actually kill me. I know I said might, that's a gem boosted stab super effective move. And you stole my Hematite Hairpin, okay. Rude. I don't really mind having to do this fight, because I'm so strapped for money right now. Not like it's good. Ouchie, kind of went too hard there for a sec. That felt like it went nowhere. I like the word youchie. Not youch. Not ouchie. Not ouch. Youchie. Okay, I feel like while I'm here, I may as well catch the Sakura and Kokuma puppet. Or no sign. I'm taking like the most roundabout route to the basement right now. There's no reason to do it, but I'm still doing it. This isn't even there. Okay, network. Let's start back from outside, because I went like the totally wrong direction. That was massive. And all I had to do was go down here and then wrap around through the library. You know, we still have the fate threads, but like, there's nothing in this game you want to use them on. Alright, now I just need a Sakyo, which again, I'm really surprised I didn't have. Or the Remy. Also, it's like interesting that last fight had like the Getsu sisters as like one puppet. Because I think the only thing in the base game I could think of like that was like Scarlet Avatar Romelia, but I think she's still functionally just a normal Romelia. So it's weird. Cool. So we're missing Miko. We're missing Ichiran, Miko, Moku, and Konkara. I think that's it. Did I just pass that I was missing? Where's this? That's Moku. You know, it kind of figures I missed out on Moku because there was an optional fight against her after you do the anti thing. I think I missed it completely. That doesn't necessarily have a correlation to the fact I didn't catch one. But you know, if I forgot her main game optional fight, then me forgetting the puppet kind of follows suit, I guess. Ah, look at my movement, it's so sick. I like that part where I went into the grass for no reason and got an encounter on the first step. That was awesome. I still kind of wish I used a Maribel in this playthrough. Like, one of the forms is solo viable, like, just fine. One of them would have really required a weather team to work. I kind of wish I did. Yes! What is back here? I'm so curious. Wow, it's super pink. Icky? I guess that would make sense. There was no Eki fight in the base game, I think, which is really weird to think about, actually. Now that I'm saying that out loud. Huh. I never thought about that. That's so weird. You know, assuming we fight her. Ah, the human from before. You resolved the puppet incident and kept performing good deeds. Well done. Set a very good example for others. I wish Komachi would learn from you. I'm here on my day off. Seeing you battle Komachi back then made me interested in puppets too, so I already hope to meet you. Let's have a battle. If you win, I will also reward you. I wish to see the power of the human who resolved this incident. And you have the comical theme. Sure. Oh god, her levels. Oh, okay. I see. You're level 96 starter and you set up rocks turn 1. It's one of these. I don't want to hit her that hard because cross counter. Hey look, the heavy duty boots actually have use here. So that's funny. A holy flare just for the attempt at the burn. No, don't have knockoff, that's so obnoxious. You have knockoff rocks on the lead, I already hated her. Burn her. Yes. Yes. Extra Yoko. Who I think is Windnether? Why do you have a weakness policy? What are you doing? Why do you have that? Put that away. Oh god. +2, I have to be faster and kill her. Can I kill her with anything I'm faster with? No, she's wind, I can kill her with that one. And I don't take rocks damage because we have boots. Like I'm playing actual mons. Okay, good. Alright, 99. I know most of the Ekis are just light. Wouldn't you just be weak to Catastrophe then? Pretty sure you are. Yeah, I don't. Oh, you lived! Goodbye. Okay then. Understandable. Have a nice trade. Oh, yo, ditto? Ditto! Except we're different forms, so we play completely differently. I wonder, does knockoff knock off my item if I force shield? I honestly don't know. I mean, either way, I think I just kill her. Beat Kutaka. I kinda figured she'd have a Kutaka. Makes sense. You had one. Extra Komachi. Flat speed. Good. Wait, I'm stupid. I forgot. I literally said it out loud and I still hit the button because I just auto-pat. Flat speed makes it so every priority of move is flat. So protect has no priority there, so I just died. Because I clicked it, but I'm slower. I literally said it out loud and I still hit it. I'm stupid. That's hilarious. Has 3 body, it works exactly. It's like Aegislash, but you have 3 forms. You have like a default, and you have 2 different offensive forms depending if you use a focus attack or a spread attack, and it changes your typing and your stat spread. But if you use any status move, then you revert to like the quote-unquote shield form. I have 3 attacks plus protect, because protect, or it's not quite protect, but like, it's functionally kind of protect. So I can revert back to that one. I clicked that, but it's a priority move, but it wasn't priority because we have flat speed as Komachi's ability, which is a really good ability, and in that situation, that just murdered me. Really, really, really funny. Yeah, Komachi, chill. Too much damage. What? Why does it feel like everything just has like the type barrier, type charm? Ow. So I still like the idea of Last Slash as a move. Because this game has what's called being off guard, which basically means if you're off guard or your stance is broken, the next move is guaranteed to hit you. It's kind of like Mind Reader, but it's more applicable. So what Last Slash does is it's like an Earthquake tier move, like it's like 100 power, 100 AC, no drawback outside of like your stance is ruined. It's like the next move will always hit you, but it's cool that you have a move that's strong with no drawback outside of that. Yeah, Force Shield is a bit different than Protect. Like, there is a Protect equivalent in this game, but Force Shield works for Hikatia. As a Force Shield, you take any one blow, but it deals like 1/16 of your health, so it's equivalent to the lefties. But you still keep all your type immunity, so if you have like a good type matchup or if you're immune to their typing, then Force Shield would still block it completely, I'm pretty sure. Die. Didn't die. That's a lot of healing, jeez. Everybody loves Life Charm. I'm dead! I got countered in a post-game fight. I'm a fool. Yeah, it's not exactly the kind of puppet I would expect a post-game boss to have, but I mean... Go off, I guess. Oh no! Oh, wait, you're... you're the Shadingsha clone. Oops. I thought that was okay, because one of the Akiyus is the Shadingsha clone, which was that one. I thought it was the other Akiyu who works like a Sableye clone. Well, I mean, it still would have been super effective against her, but like, that's just really funny. Funded work. I can see how you managed to tackle all hardships until now. Take this. It's a token of my gratitude for all you've done so far. Crystal Mirror. Come see me again for a battle when I have another day off. Until then, keep performing good deeds. Ah, thanks. Yeah, that should be you didn't have removal. That was the first mistake. A barrier that exposes all past sins during Byakko moves your opponent would be immune against become neutral. So it's like in the terrain. It's kind of like a better ring target that only works with terrain. It's like common senseless as an item, but it's balanced by the fact it only works in a terrain, so that's cool. Oh, was it the Akiyu boots? I don't... It may have been a black choker, honestly, because remember the Focus Sash? Focus Sash doesn't apply to poison damage because Shadingsha's the only Pokemon that would one-shot. Because poison is supposed to be a fraction of your health, but Shadingsha's entire health bar is a fraction. Because there's no, you can't have a fraction of 1 in terms of damage in Pokemon. Just funny. So we did that. What else is there? There's the Ice World, which I'm interested in. I know I have to buy a bunch of repels for that. Oh, there's a Rainbow Dragon Cave. That one would be fun. I thought let me do the. I should do the Sansa River thing because I could have done this before Getsu's. I may as well get it out of the way. Yes, the money. Finally, some money. I think this would have made more sense for a post-game boss if no removal, but Shideng shows the demon in the right matchup. True. I like how there's always the recurring trend I've noticed. As there was a Shideng clone in Puppet Play as well. It was Zombie Fairy, which makes sense. It's funny. It also makes sense for Akyu, but it always has the same amount of type weaknesses as Shideng. That's like the consistent thing. It's always a 5, because base Shideng's weak 2. Fire, Rock, Flying, Ghost, and Dark. And that applies to the Zombie Fairy in Puppet Play, and to the Akyu in this game whose nature or illusion. But I think of my team now, they're most unhappy with it. Akatsuki is weird in games. Sometimes she cheats and sometimes she's kind of a hassle. Mekko's a goat. I like them. I don't think there's really one. I don't think there's any like of them that I thought that they weren't helpful during the playthrough. You know, I hand selected some pretty good puppets. Like a figure. Although, if I knew you got the Wolfbane's route, which is the Toxic Orb early as it was an item down here, I think I probably would have considered Extra Momoyo, because Extra Momoyo is functionally a Gliscor without Roost, but still excellent. I think that would have been really fun to use in game. But you know, I was thinking like she doesn't like get her best moves until 70. And I thought that was like a post-game item, but it was really just like a bit further than mid-game. Let's have a phone call one sec. Okay. I got more water since I was up anyway, and I already went through the water I got again. Oh yeah, I was gonna do this. I want to do Rainbow Dragon Cave more because it's more interesting. I'll do Rainbow Dragon Cave first. Did I forget if I bought repels, honestly. Let's get some. I will say one regret I have about this playthrough is I wish I got to use more of the mod puppets because I kind of didn't use any of them. So yeah, probably that. And I don't know, it's just weird. It's like the thing where I was overwhelmed because there's so many forms of puppets and they're all like, the vast majority are so viable that like I could make so many different kinds of teams. So I was like overwhelmed. I'm like, oh man, I really like this puppet, but like, oh man, I really like this puppet, but they don't go together kind of thing. I wish there was a fly point to Rainbow Dragon Cave, that'd be easier. Actually, it's probably easier to go from Mirage Shrine. That just means replay the game. Unironically, I probably would in a few months anyway. I really like this game. Although I do think it's funny the fact I play the challenge mode and you can clearly tell sometimes when the devs are like trying to like anti-tech some of the puppets that you tend to see. I mean, sometimes it's just a case of a move pool being really sparse. You know, like Power Momoyo's move pool, like offensive coverage-wise, is kind of garbage. Like, she can only run a few moves, but it's just funny because like she's Poison Steel as her stabs and 165 base attack. But, like one of the only coverage moves she can run is Flying Frenzy. But like her dual stab is walled by Extra Hina, which is one of the best puppets in the game, and I've used her. But like every single Power Momoyo I ran into had Flying Frenzy. So it's just funny to me. But I prefer this over a mainline Pokemon game. A modern one, yeah. I feel like the pacing in this game's better than like Gen 6 and beyond. It's not like this game is like not cutscene ridden at all. I find the sort of the modern battle system and all that engaging, because it's like it has like the complexity of like modern gens, and maybe even then some, honestly, because there's a lot of stuff in this game that I wish was in Pokemon that isn't quite there. And I feel like the typings are like generally more balanced in this game. Like there's no like equivalent to like Bug or Ice in this game. Like even the weaker types in this game have their uses. Randomizer mod of this? I mean, they exist. I could totally do it. I think that'd be fun. If I wanted to go mental, I would do the randomizer in challenge mode. That'd be crazy. Because I would have all the random IVs too. Oh god. Unironically, I might. Because I really like this game. I'd probably wait like a few months, but like in general, this game like sticks with me. And the mod added so much more content that like I feel like it's like there's so much to it. Yeah, I think it's compatible with the mod. Oh god, bead necklaces like don't last like anything. Ayo, Misumaru. You've solved the puppet incident. Okay, I'll grant you this Magatama. It allows you to breathe even in poisonous areas. However, be careful as it doesn't last forever. Also, do not use that gap map of yours while you're inside. You wouldn't want the toxic gases leaking to the outside, would you? We're staying here in case you need treatment. Oh, this is funky. Also, how's the extra stage theme? That's really cool. They have custom music in here. Oh my god, the level! Why are you so swole? I know why you're swole. You're like a post-game fight, but jeez. Relax. It's not that serious. Oh. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. The Salamay can be special. I don't know why. I'm thinking she's, like, physical, because most unburdened Pokemon tend to be physical that are good. But no, this one gets Brave Song. It's a special attacker. I'm done. It's on me. I kinda just stared at my screen blankly for a second, like, what? Whoops. I did nothing. Yeah, I think one of my favorite things about this game is so many of the puppets are viable that, like, I feel like you could play the game like a bajillion times and still have different puppets to play with. Or if if you really want to test yourself, you could use like the worst puppets. Because I like even the bad puppets in this game, I don't think they fall into like the tier of like some Pokemon that is just like there's no like Love Disc equivalent. Like no one's that bad. No, like even the bottom tiers, they're just completely outclassed, or they just don't have anything unique to them, or they have like some gimmick, like you know, like. Okay, Power Speak is slacking, and there's no switch in this game. Like everything is everything's on set, which nerfs it in an in-game sense compared to slacking in Pokemon. But like, come on, Power Speak is so freaking funny though. I think this one, I think Power Hikatia plays like Porygon Z. Pretty sure. Oh man. I'm dying. I like when I do replay the game, I'd like to have types of puppets that I haven't really used yet. Because I feel like Ultimate that did so much for her as this Porygon Z goes wild. Because I think for this playthrough I kind of stuck pretty vanilla in terms of typings. Like I have a pretty standard like fire, water, grass kind of thing going on here. Like if I want to get funky, I could just use a bunch of types that are exclusive to this. Oh, that goddess gave you a Magatama to protect you, huh? Still, stay safe, it won't last forever. There are some ladders here that lead you to the upper levels with more oxygen. I'll hold up the song there. I wonder what the gimmick here is. I guess I don't know if I'm on a step timer or like a full timer or like what. That's weird. Okay, up. Breathing has become tough. Retreat. Oh, okay. That's okay. I see. Yeah, okay, so we have to like explore and get like the perfect pathing down. Why is there so much red in here? I mean, isn't this just a mine? Yeah, we set the red tilt. Or the red tint to extreme. Yeah, it's kind of insane. I didn't really expect there to be trainers in here because we're at such a high level that like they don't even offer any benefit to us. Once Hikatia hits 100 outside of money. This is a crazy thought. But yeah, if I when I get around to playing this game again, I definitely want to use like mod exclusive puppets because I failed to this time. Rando could be fun. I don't know. A lot of ways to do it. Tone Crush. Ow. Kinda rude. Probably just here for the money, since most of the comp items are pricey. Yeah, I still have to buy all the javelins if I want to truly complete the skill card list. And then there's items like Focus Sash and stuff that are quite expensive as well. Because I think this game does a pretty good job of giving you a lot of handouts on some of the good items. Like we got a Life Orb, we got expert belt. Like, we get those kind of stuff. I don't think every item is like that, which is, that's fine. Okay, we're just coughing because we're exploring the poisonous mines. It's just, we're in character right now. Whoa. Whoa. You know what the... Oh my god. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the camera there reminds me of Cycling Road in Gen 4. Because you're like underneath the road and you can't see yourself exactly, but you're trying to navigate. It's kind of like that. You know, obviously this is a straight hallway, so it's not as bad, but gives me that vibe. So I guess the right path is correct. I would like to see the centipede, please. There is a mosquito in my room, please go. I don't want to deal with you. Where does this go exactly? I also like that this game isn't afraid to have like actual like dungeon layouts, because like modern Pokemon, just like after Gen 5 they just like completely killed the idea of like proper dungeons. Like the only thing I can think of is like Terminus Cave in Gen 6. Like I legitimately cannot think of a single dungeon in Gen 7 or 8. I legit think they just killed off the concept completely. That's a high Nike. Yeah, it's a lot of post-game. Rather money than BP, yeah. You know, actually that could make more content. Because the Human Village tournament actually has like a post-game state. Or not like a, I guess, there's a lot more to the Human Village tournament that basically makes it like a Battle Tower equivalent, but there's actually some interesting rewards and prizes you can get for winning in it. So that could actually be fun to stream some of that. Like, I know there's like a big reward to get like a win streak of like 50. Like, it's funny, like from skimming the Discord, people like talk about like, this is the team this person used to beat the Human Village tournament kind of thing. And it gives me like, I guess kind of like a nostalgia for kind of like Battle Mason stuff, you know? Also, you were really unlucky for missing 2 of those. Also, I think it's funny. I think I EV'd my puppets for HP values at level 50 as opposed to 100. Before I came here, I was a human just like you, but I ignored the warnings of that goddess. Now I'm dead! Damn, bro. Hello there, have you seen a yokai about this tall wearing a hat? She's my friend and I'm looking for her, but I can't find her. Yokai is Samsung! No way. That might hurt a lot. Yeah, it hurt a lot. Yeah, not even Mason, just like, it reminds me of Battle Facilities. Just seeing people like post like a team and say this is a set that someone used to win, kind of thing. There you go, Hakate, you did it. What do you mean there's literally every yokai? Not every yokai has a hat. You know, just most of them. Man, it's beautiful, but I'm also sad that we're just done with leveling. And I can't breathe, Scoob. Choice ring. Hold up. Oh, it's a band. Man, I was hoping that was Specs. I was like, that's perfect for you, Maybe I can start clicking Specs Water Spout with no regard for anything. Damn, I shouldn't have come here. I just came here to make some profit, and now I can't find the way back. Tengu Larry. Not the extra eye, I know. Unreasonable. No, don't toxic me, that's not very nice of you. Don't tell me you're like some like toxic roost set. You probably are, and I just hope you're not. You're toxic protect! You're probably toxic protect roost and something, aren't you? I hate it here. I'm getting time scammed as I suffocate in the mines. If you're toxic protect roost. Great. Awesome. Where's the sub? If they want no attacks, then I guess they could be, huh? I'm going Hina. You don't show me a wind move, I kill you. Because you cannot burn me. But you can PP stall me if you really want to, I guess. Imagine if the gimmick here was oh my god, you're sub-toxic protect roost. Why are you like this? Why? You're not actually supposed to have substitute. I was gonna say, imagine if the gimmick here is sort of like that thing in Gen 4, where you have to beat those trainers within like X number of turns, and then you run into this dude, and he gets like one turn to set up a sub. Then you're just doomed. I hate this Haya. I don't even want to click Holy Flare, because I only have 5. Poison or something, please. Actually, does poison? I don't think poison chain can poison because it's like earthquake. No, it can't. Oh, you're so obnoxious. You are the worst. I have no holy flares left. I hated her. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you so hard until you're dead, Aya. All as much as you want. You have the. I know you have the Tokiko typing, and you're nowhere near as good. And nothing will change that. Get your toxic and die already. Let's do it. Heck you. So obnoxious. Why? Heck you, Larry. I just hope the princess doesn't catch me. Oh no, she will. She will, and then she'll murder you because you're trying to toxic stall her. That's what she deserves for being a low tier and lost word. Maybe. But Power Eye is a war crime in the in-game sense. What is this? Where are you going? Where are we going? There's a rainbow candy, I don't need that, we're all level 100, there's no point anymore! Everything has become tough. Oh, okay, at least it sends me back to the last ladder, that's good. There was no point to that. I've come this way 10 times already, just where am I going? Fucking Wow, this matchup sucks. Yeah, it's weird with water type in this game. Because water, like, in Pokemon, water's privileged because you get ice type coverage, like 9 out of 10 times, or like pretty much 10 out of 10 times. But there's no ice in this game, so you lose that privilege in its entirety. In addition to being weak to poison, it's just interesting, like my set on Yumemi is like fine, but it's like hardcore walled by nature. Oh, that kinda hurt, didn't it? Well. Also, you can't put Nitori and Takane on the same team. They're rivals, that's like having a Sangoose and a Viper. That's a crit that barely did anything. Wow. Takane better? Wow, that's Nitori slander. You know who doesn't have a Fumo though? That's all I'm saying. To be fair, no new character has a Fumo, but you know, Nitori finally got a Fumo. It only took like 10 years. You know, maybe in 2031, maybe we'll get a Takane Fumo. Atina's basically useless because she can't, like, she's like run out of moves. Heckin' dead ends. Who made these mines? This isn't efficient at all! This is a dead end! I wonder if this is an actual, step counter, how they do this, or if it's like a literal timer. Not if Fumo steal your money. Yeah, it's a trade deal. I'd buy a Shimata Fumo like frame 1. Like, I don't think I can physically say no to a Shimata Fumo if you put it in front of me. Almighty Godstone. Already had one. Oh, it's like a... It's like an Icy Rock, but for any weather. But what is this? Mamma mia. You! May as well throw Hina out for her because she has no moves and I want to set a T-Spike even though, like, it's like a guarantee that you'll have a poison type. Another one, you thieves are just piling on in here, aren't ya? All the others try to run after seeing me, though you're the first to stay. I like you. Let's have a battle. If you win, I'll even let you take one of these gems home. Alright, Momoyo, what do you have? A level 97 Yugi. Understandable. Speed Yogi's a water type, I forgot. We're off to a good start. Don't worry about it. We're doing great. It's not exactly a switch in. You know, if you want to sack, then feel free. Extra Momoyo. Do I let myself die to get a web? Or do I just hit this? I mean, Water Spout could really do a number. I'm gonna go for the web. Oh, you went for Toxic anyway. Okay, now this has to be some Toxic Protects. Like, this is literally Gliscor. Like, your Subtoxic Protect or Toxic Protect, some variation of that, you have to be it. Yes, there you go. Now everyone gets to suffer. That did nothing. Why did that do nothing? That has to be like Spadef. This is Spadef Gliscor. There's no universe. I die. Just protect. Just kill. Oh, he didn't protect. That's crazy. Their Toxic Protect knockoff. Sure. Your base speed is like 95, so I can't even outpace you. Actually, no. If you're Spadef, that's fine. You know, if you're wait, I'm speed invested, right? Yeah, I am. Yeah. This is why Gliscor isn't in Gen 8, yeah. I'm gonna use Gliscor. Wait, okay, that's okay. I can Water Spout the next turn and it kills for sure. Fine. Show me your Water Spout switch in. The answer is there is none. Unless you have a water immunity. Which I kinda doubt. Because you kinda let the Tsukasa die, that was one of your water resists. I feel like you don't... I feel like she doesn't live one. Yeah, like, no, that's... What kind of doubles are you doing? Now you're just being silly. Yeah, you're just being... This is a Water Spout. You cannot disrespect Water Spout. I think the AI is busted. Yeah, the AI is just throwing for content. I think this Maguma's like hella fast. I don't think I have a move to kill her. Because Ellen died. Okay, that's Life Orb. I was gonna say, that hit hella hard. So, in conclusion, Water Spout. But that did so much. It's Def, by the way. It's Def. I'm pretty sure she's imposing stance Straw Doll. I think that's the only reason you would do that much damage. Like, an HJK is an HJK, but that's obscene. I wonder if I would pay as a -1. Yeah, I do. Wow, webs plus middling speed water spout thing is good. Crazy. That was amazing. You really have it in you, haven't you? As promised, you can have one of these gems. I've had my fill of these already anyway. He's a Nagi object. Let's fight again sometime. I heard about a tournament being held soon. Maybe there we could have a go at it again soon. We go deeper. Sad. The gem inheriting the power of the gods during Karu speed is increased by 50. So it's like a situational scarf, but perma. During the turn, that's kind of cool. Neat. Pretty nifty. I think it's only +1 speed, but I don't say. Yeah, it's only +1 speed. I stepped back in the mine for like half a second and I started coughing. The sign. Also, I'm not gonna ignore the Misumaru that's just casually chilling at level 93. Can we talk about that? That's kind of horrifying. What's down here then? This is like... I want to get that item. No, guys, it was one step! That was one step, are you kidding me? Literally one. It's a full restore, that's nice. It'd be cool if Lobmon's got that high. Outside of like that one like weird gimmicky Magikarp in the Gen 4. Which is funny, right? Because I think the highest level that Magikarp could be in Generation 4 was 99, because back in Gen 4 Pokemon needed to level up in order to evolve. But I don't think that's the case anymore. I think if a Pokemon's level 100 and not evolved in a modern gen, as long as it wins a battle, will still attempt to evolve. It's a cool area. I like that. Alright, so I will take the liberty of buying more repels, because I remember reading in the Discord you want hella repels for the area I think we're gonna go to next. Because it is very much a... I don't even know if I want to say dungeon, but there's a lot of ground to cover. Thanks, Louise. Might be overkill, but you know, it's fine. Frozen World. Love the song. Ah, first try. First try, baby. It's not like I did this route like 6 times, going back and forth like crazy for a skill card that I thought I didn't pick up, but I had the whole time. No, I totally didn't learn that off stream, no. That would never happen. Okay, out of curiosity, are the wild encounters in this specific grass, like, mental? Okay, yeah, they're mental. Got it. Mental. I should have figured it just changeling turn 1. I love how harsh that sound is. Makes sense for Power Song. Oh, okay, no, come on. Come on! Don't troll me like that. Let me run. Oh my god. I hate it here. Yeah, you know, I think I should have caught the level 93 before he'd be fought Chinky, honestly. I think that would have been balanced. Alright, well, that's a disaster, and that shows why we don't have slow Pokemon or puppets in the lead of a party when you're trying to run away from things that are relatively around your level, because Speed Ellis's base speed is like 120 or 130 or something. SMH, Hina. Get it together. Can't let you have negative aura, so I couldn't even, like, change anything out. That was really funny. Ruins of it. Eh? Eh? That was like the last thing I expected. Why the eyeballs looking at me funny like that? Why do you walk over? I'm like staring at my screen dumbfounded right now, okay. Alright then. Did I change my emotes recently? Not recently, but relatively recently, I think. Didn't even kill. No, not that trick room, no! No. Trick Room Volt Switch. Really an interesting set. No, there is no item to extend Trick Room in this game, it'd be dumb. Trick Room in this game has such crazy abusers. Oh, 98. Good lord. That did so much. Why did that do so much? I know it was neutral, but oh my god. Okay, now we're just input reading. Damn, bro. Why am I getting stunted on by Trick Room right now? Thank you. The newer emote? Yeah, I comped someone, I want to say like 2 months ago or something like that. Ah, yes, the classic Thunder Miss. But the only way to extend Trick Room in this game is by running one of the Renko forms that basically almost makes it like a 5v6, but it's honestly not even that bad of a strat. Because some of the Trick Room puppets in this game go mental, and I was originally going to have a Trick Room team when I was doing this playthrough. I opted against it, but honestly, it probably would have been really fun. Extra Luna. Oh hell no, we're not doing the Regenerator pivot with Trick Room. I don't know if you get it, but I'm assuming you do, so I'm not letting you do it. Hell no. I was also considering Extra Luna on a lot of teams, because she's pretty nutty. To say the least. If you ever wondered what like a bulky slow pivot with regen and parting shot would look like, that's basically Extra Luna. Also gets a bunch of other utility as well. Yeah, Extra Luna's very good. Don't look at me like that. I'm gonna go heal, because that fight was kind of rough for something that only had 3 puppets. Oh no. Hello, Louise. I got stunted on by a funny eyeball monster from Touhou 1. I never really messed with the Human Village tournament. I wonder if he was an actual opponent that you could fight in the tournament. In the base game, I just never knew, because I had like no expectation of like of it just walking up to me casually like, hi. Bring them back. But you want a funny eyeball fella. I wasn't supposed to drop there, oops. Whoops. You're back all PC in 98. Hey, there's many things that would prevent that, but at the same time, I do like them. And a lot of them deserve more. How mental is this area? Pretty mental. I don't want to fight the thing. There's nothing to gain. It's just money. It's nice, but like I really don't need to. Oh hell yeah! Post-game ice puzzles. Yes. The devs knew exactly what I wanted. At the devs know I wanted more ice puzzles. Everything I could have dreamed of. I'm just gonna go in the cave first. Oh god, is this like a Mount Silver kind of thing? Like, this might be long. Nope, okay. Nope. Nope, okay. Yep. Yeah, yep, I know what's happening, yep. Yep, I'm very aware. Spinner, go away. Turn around! Please? Are you really not gonna turn around? What? Oh. Okay. Of course. Of course. The very instant you get impatient. Go figure. I don't think I can hit this. I feel like I never see extra Sanai. I remember her typing, but like you never see this pop up. Or I don't think I've ever seen it in the main game. That was not very nice of you. I'm looking in a mirror, and I don't like it. Okay, maybe not a mirror because they have nasty plot. It's a bit scarier. Yeah, I didn't bother grinding the event beyond the first, what is it called? Why are you going for +4, you greedy? I didn't bother grinding the event at all beyond the first, guaranteed friend ritual. Wait, I literally... I'm stupid. Yeah, hit me with the +4, just kill me. I deserve to die for forgetting that you have air cushion. I literally used you from day one. Oh my god, your life orb +4. Oh, it's kind of scary, isn't it? A little bit scary. I think I might on arrow. I mean, yeah, I'll pace you if I legitimately would lose if I didn't outpace with my own. That's fun. Sheesh. Now my friend ritual sucked. It was a run dupe, which I don't need. Or click and water spout. Die. What a troll trainer. Now lost that my puppets have fainted. Shouldn't have fought me then. He shouldn't have turned around, you silly goose. Alright. More grass. Oh, we can't bike up here. We can, but not up and down the steps. This is interesting. It's like unique tile work, my knowledge. Yeah, it's kind of pain. I think it only gets worse, right? If, what's the word? It only gets worse if you get new friends because there is that, like, delay when you pull. So you would get the... not the expectation, but there's the possibility that it could be her. Yeah, your life orb, okay. Yeah, 5 out of 22 is insane. Like, actually insane. That's absurdly lucky. Because I had, like, what, on the last banner? Like, 6 out of 130 or something? Lapis Lazuli. Raise the power of warp skills once by 40%. Interesting. Was there no... I'm just thinking, like, that's like a gem, but the thing is, warp was added in the Shard of Dreams expansion, so I wonder if they had that in the base game. If you had a delay with that, too, in the initial, then yeah, I would think I would get one of the sisters. It'd be sick. I think I'm just gonna behave and wait out on the banner and do all my dailies and stuff, but, like... I can't lie when I say I would like a Shion. Given how good she is. Alright, so we're gonna go over here. Hey, check out these funny strategies. When the AI says funny strategies in a post-game state, I'm concerned. What do you mean, funny strategies? What does that mean? I'm worried. I can kill you, but I'm worried. You're not gonna live to see your funny strategies. No. Nah. No. No, if it's King's Rock salvo, I don't want to see it. Get out of here. Maybe I guess luck was on your side. No. Bad. Bad. Don't call that a funny strategy. It's very massive. Cold here, but there's a lot of ways to keep us warm. For example, we could... NPCs need to calm down. Got a little too wild. Oh, a float stone! Power Rikako is like Magma Zone typing, which is very good in this game still, even if Steel isn't broken. Ow. No, I'm not letting her use the funny strat, that's a horrible idea. That certainly heated me up. Oh, it's like underneath. That's interesting. This area is massive. How'd you get here? That's a good question. I don't have an answer. Power Yumeko's good taste, though. Kinda carried. Ah, you're Sash. What a jerk. What an absolute jerk. This is a sacred place, be respectful. Sacred? Is it sacred because it's Land of the Fallen, because the DC-98 characters will never come back? I'll shake. It is a pretty sacred place. Like hella trainers here. Jesus. The environment is harsh, but my faith will help me survive anywhere. I don't know if there was a typo in that, or my eyes just like cross-eyed for a second and misread it. But it looked like there was a typo. Why does everything have focus sash? You're just being annoying. Why? I'm molding. Everything is sash. Realistically, I don't need to revive though, because we're not losing XP. Oh, you're the poison fighting one. I'm dying. Whoops. Not like I really had a switch in though. Outside of probably Heck would have been the best one, but that's gonna hurt. I should say guys like a DLC Toxic Grip with a better speed tier and a god tier ability. What do you believe in? I believe in not running Focus Sash on every trainer, because that's troll. There are so many trainers. Oh. Oh, there's so many. Fine. If you don't have a power Suicune and that's what you're saying, then I don't know what to tell you. That's not a power Suicune. What's the point? I almost dropped my controller. Okay, you really don't need to quarter my speed. I'm plenty slow as is. There it is. Thank you. Why? What was the point of that? Player Void? Oh, uh-oh. That Shell Smash, uh-oh. I don't like that. Ah. Let's not lose the Shell Smash, that'd be good. If we lost the Power Speaker, that's okay. This area is long and the trainers have like actual months. Like this is like... This is a pain. Yeah, Power Speak goes to slacking. She has better typing at least, but she's not much better. You know, the funny thing is I have Force Shield, which makes her like a non-factor, but I imagine if I was doing like a normal... Or not normal, if I had a team that didn't have like a Protect or this move, like I feel like I would have to let something die to Power Speaker every single time I see her. Because that's basically how slacking works, like it gets a kill. Clicks Giga Impact and something dies. I think Vacuum Rupture is literally Giga Impact but fighting, so you're 100% correct. Alright, 2 more turns. I can't let her get mileage, we only have so many resources to heal. Although it is kind of funny the Vacuum Rupture is Giga Impact but fighting, because it did end up being a move in Gen 8 with a Sirfetch'd has a... What's it called? Meteor Assault, I think? It's a bad move, but it's funny. Though I don't really agree with the fact it has to be a signature. The bigger they are, the harder the bigger they fall. That is not how it goes, but... Yeah, I don't blame you for forgetting. Like, scrapping close combat is enough for that mod, doesn't need anything else. How long is this area? This area is, like, massive. This area is massive! That's a whole bridge. There's no running away from my puppet. Can you escape this labyrinth? I'm not about escaping, I just want to get through. Also, you're not lying, that's a shadow tag puppet right there. And I don't get to switch, so yeah, that's just what happens. I hate it here. was nothing I could do there. Assuming it has the trapping ability, which I would assume you do. There was genuinely nothing I could do. I bet she's just gonna sleep me again next turn. I think it's Sleep Powder as opposed to Spore, but that doesn't make it much better. Why are the NPCs so degen? Wake up. No! Let me play the game. I wanna play the game. Don't wake up that turn! These traders are so troll. Yeah, Aegislash, I think it does change forms into sleep if you King Shield while asleep, but it doesn't use the PP for the move. Can you miss one of these? Can you do that? That'd be great. That's a 70% accurate move, by the way. Can I play? Can I play the game? Oh, okay, you first turn make that time. Okay, just miss. Please. There's a reason extra medicine is banned from using that ability. This is degenerate. Yes. Oh my god. Please. I'm actually gonna use the item next turn. I was out. First turn, wake that time. I'm being trolled! This is literally like hitting 5 Focus Blasts, like, you cannot be that lucky, right? That's a 70 accuracy move! I'm getting the first turn makes, but they don't mean anything because it keeps landing. Alright, medicine, miss. I'm actually dumbfounded. I've never seen someone this lucky with Sleep Powder in my life. Okay, wake up next turn. Like, Medicine's getting good luck by hitting these, and I'm getting bad luck by waking up on the turn I'm force shielding. Wake up! My god. I can't swap out! I need her to miss the next turn, otherwise we're gonna have to like either let Heck die or just play the cycle again. Yes! Okay, you ran out because you hit every single one. Actually, I don't know if that's every single one. I think it's 10 PP, but that was stupid. That was stupid. Poison Labyrinth is an extremely strong ability. Trapping your opponent can be their death sentence more often than not. Yes, thank you game dev for putting a broken ability in and just trolling just to show players that it is not competitive. I agree. Thank you. I'm so glad. Good lord. Oh my god, this area is massive! Gotta keep saying it, because it just keeps getting longer. When you battle someone, do you try to read their next moves? Show it to me. Just have you turn, it's fine. Oh, you're right. You know, that will save you from the fact that extra medicine has like a 120 speed tier. You're right. Also, extra food goes kind of wild. Very, very good puppet. That's gonna hurt. Yeah, that kinda hurt. Oh, it's a crit. Oh. I'm almost tempted to fly back now. If only to recover the uses on some of my moves. Because this is rough. Because you'd think they'd put a heal point at some point in here, but I genuinely don't know. Anticipating your opponent's next moves can be very risky at times, but it is also possible to turn the tide of battle completely when done right. You're right. Looks like a commitment. I'm afraid. I got this far. Ah! Okay, that just brings me back to where I was. Like, actually running out of these. I got so far and I cannot afford to lose now, not to you, nor to anyone else. Cena. Edgy. Bad matchup. Brick Shot always confuses me for a split second because it's like Brick Break, but it makes like a very similar, if not the same, sound effect as when Bad did not like. The same sound effect as when a move breaks the barrier. Now the regen one's the extra. This one's just really bulky, I think. That's not exactly a distinction. This one's Mono Earth. The extra one is Fire Earth in this regen. And she... Power Kokoro. I think this is the Protean one, but she's really slow. Ah. I was gonna say, I think she's quad weak to that anyway, but you know, critic here would also be one way to kill her. Why did I lose? Why did you win? My question was, why is this area so massive? Oh! What's the point of being down here, though? Help. Yeah, never mind. Mount Silver is like Batman mode compared to this. I don't know. No, we've been here. Oh my god. Where am I supposed to go? This is where we came in from. I feel like this area without a map is kind of rough. Big lasers are the best. Let me demonstrate you their mighty power. Yes, that's fitting. Yeah, that's pretty funny if you have every character that does like a Master Spark kind of thing. I was gonna say, that did way too much. You see what I mean? Blah. Have I not been down this path, or did I just avoid that trainer? No, this looks new. No, we've been here. I mean, Max 5 is nice, but not really ultimately solve where I'm trying to go, huh? Beat that trainer. We did that one. Did that. Oh, it's cave down here. I was too strong and thus I was banished here. Do you really think you stand a chance? You're gonna be like another... Okay, I thought you were gonna be some like restricted thing. That's fine. You know, I'm just realizing that June makes Shion take the blow. Kinda rude. Completely in character, but kinda rude looking at it like that. How'd that do so much? Ah, I see. Well, bye, Hina. Meteor Hime is heckin' fast. I just have to eat the blow. I don't want to, but... So it's kind of been crazy. I've been streaming this game for 5 hours and we're still doing stuff. There's still more to do after this. I can't believe defeated by a mere human. Or X puzzle. Wait, so do I want to go down here? Ladder. No, it doesn't seem right. Ah! Wait, howdy do I wish I had a map. Wait, this is like the beginning. Are you serious? That's how far back it goes? Oh god. Like, it's not hard to get back, but like, the absolute size of this area is massive. Hey there, you're strong. I want to battle lots of strong opponents. I can challenge the goddess herself. I mean, which one? That's not very specific. That price are T-waved. Oh, I'm dying. Goodbye. I lived. Hey, there's a super strong puppeteer around here. I've been looking for days though, and I couldn't find them. I feel like I've been looking for days. Alright, so I'm hoping this is progress. I'm really hoping. Oh! Oh! Hold up. Oh god, what is that? There we go. We'll revive. Okay, this looks okay. What? What? I thought it would be like a super boss, and he gave me a Yggdrasil seed. During Sayu, damage is increased by 50% for both sides. That's crazy. Bruh. All of that for an item. Ah, please. I want to find the boss. How do I leave? There we go. All that for an item! Ah! And this is a dead end too! At this point, I don't even know if I can beat this area today. Because that just brought me back to the beginning, and that one did too. Like, I know where this is. I think. I know where this is. What the heck, where am I supposed to go? Are you lost? Yes. I don't want to go to the exit, I want to find the thing. Also, I think the show is the form that gets double speed in Aurora. It's hella good. Somebody has the coverage to hit me. Nah. To tell you the truth, I'm lost too. I am extremely lost. Yeah, I feel like we gotta save this for next time because there's no way I'm finishing this in like 10 minutes or the universe. That's fun though, maybe next time will be the finale because I feel like there's only so much to do left. That was a fun distraction from the fact I'm sick. This one. Alright, so I'll end the stream. If you've been lurking, I appreciate it. I hope you guys have a good day. And stay healthy, don't be sick like me, it's gross. It sucks. Alright, good night.